Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion passes unanimously. Commissioner Aguilera.
So next we are on regular action items. We didn't talk about where to put the two that we pulled off consent, so I'm assuming that Mr. Martinez and Ms. Stefans are in the cool kids room in the back, but I haven't seen them here. But so anyway, we'll go ahead and start with presentation by Ms. Lang.
Morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Today, the first item I will be presenting on is action docket number 24-0007 TREN. It is in a matter of investigation of motor carriers who have permits but have not filed contracts with the commission as required by the commission rules. I've been discussion about this case with Commissioner Aguilera, and I think Commissioner Aguilera would like to table this.
Yes, I'm, I would like to do that, but also want to have some discussion before I suggest that. Again, this is the transportation item where staff submitted a petition asking the commission to issue a cease and desist order and a show cause order. Some of these or these motor carriers have contracts that at some point was canceled or expired, or for certain reasons staff alleges were invalid. I expressed concerns that I had at the meeting 2 weeks ago with granting the petition, given that these are carriers that have that provide non-emergency medical services, and their customers and staff rely on them, and given that their contracts expired a long time ago, and the review is being conducted only now, sometimes 10 or more years later. And so in thinking about this further, I would like to suggest two potential options that we don't have to decide on now, but I will ask OGC to provide in written form either a memo or draft orders. But one of them is to deny the petition without prejudice and with guidance. And the reason for doing that is because staff has alleged that these motor carriers are operating without a contract on file, but there is no evidence aside from just a blanket allegation that they are operating. And so I think this first option would give staff an opportunity to go back and to come back and for those motor carriers who have not submitted a new contract, seek a similar finding from the commission as the petition seeks. And providing guidance, however, to first instruct staff to try to get the contracts for some of these carriers, again, because I think the goal here is to facilitate the transition of the transportation responsibilities to the Department of Transportation from our agency. And then another one is to open an inquiry based on the allegations that staff has made in the petition. But again, I think we would need to discover more evidence in this situation if we were to pursue more action such as show cause order or a cease and desist direction. And so anyway, I think there is still more to think about with this, and so I would want to suggest tabling this for another meeting. I'll move to table this and open it up for discussion if there's a second.
I'll second that motion and then just had if there's some way to, I mean, what I heard you say today wasn't a whole lot different to me than what I heard you say a couple weeks ago. So just, is there something we can do to improve the communication between us and staff?
Yes.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. And you know, to some extent, I know that I have certain views in how I would approach this situation, and I do think that it could be helpful to have a conversation with staff to let them know. You know, I can certainly tell them the approach that I would take. I can't speak for my fellow commissioners, but I would be happy to provide guidance, either meeting with staff, you know, generally, or having them here at an open meeting to provide a presentation on, you know, how their transition is going and the things that they're doing to help facilitate that.
Commissioner Aguilera, if I could just ask what your, I guess your main concern is with the order as it now stands. I guess when I read it, I thought it sort of moved closer to the direction that you were interested in.
It does, but what the order proposes to do is to revoke it's a notice of revocation, essentially, and it is giving certain motor carriers the opportunity to file the contracts that are out of date, or their authority will be revoked. But I have concerns with that because it assumes that the motor carriers are actually operating under those contracts, but there's no evidence of that, right? I think it would have been different if staff said, we know that these motor carriers are operating, you know, we see the service provided on their website, or, you know, some kind of evidence that they're operating, but instead what they've said is issue a cease and desist because these contracts are out of date and there's no evidence. And so I do not feel comfortable telling somebody to cease and desist when I don't actually know that they're operating. The other thing is, you know, it's more of a legal question that I would like to work with OGC on is these contracts have expired or been canceled or been terminated. And so why is it necessary to revoke authority on something that doesn't exist anymore? And so that I was having trouble with that. To me, it seems more likely that the contracts are not expired and are expired, and if the motor carrier is not operating under it, then I don't see where the problem is for us to take any sort of action.
Thank you. That clarifies things. I did make one suggestion, which I'm not sure if it made it into the version that we have
I
here.
apologize, it has not made it
Has
into
not made it. Okay. I'll just, briefly describe what that is. In decretal paragraph A, we're saying that staff should email an electronic copy to motor carriers that have an email address on file And I thought it would be helpful to specify if there's a bounce back or if the measure, if the message is undeliverable, that staff needs to follow up with a telephone call and letter. So that was my suggestion for A, but I have no issue with allowing for more time to work out the approach on this.
Yeah, thank you for that. So we've got a motion to table. It's been seconded. Is there any more question, discussion before we vote?
Commissioner Ellison,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Aguilera.
Aye.
The motion to table 24-000-07 TREN passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
And
Lane, you've got the next case.
I do have the next one. The next one is a utility matter. It is, it's for docket number 23-00364 UT. This is, this comes before the commission on, because MCI Metro Access filed a notice with the commission letting us know that they were planning or have, well, when they filed it, they were planning to discontinue service to 72 customers in a certain area of customers. They were both residential and or small business at the local exchange level. And they filed this notice and staff reviewed it to see if it was compliant with the commission rules and requirements for a carrier to follow up before discontinuing service. And staff found that it was compliant with the requirements and stated that the commission should accept the notice and close the docket. So OGC has prepared an order on following those along those lines. If the commission so chooses to close the docket and accept the notice of discontinuation of services.
Thank you. Any discussion, questions?
One question, Ms. Lane, will the affected customers have other options for having telecommunication services?
Yes, MCI states in its notice that there are other local exchange carriers offering services and also wireless and for example, Verizon. In addition, MCI has not stopped its local long distance services in that area, so it'd be not wireless. The old phone, I fixed mine. So they do have options.
Thank you.
Any other questions, discussion? Well, then I'll move for approval of the order accepting staff's recommendation and closing the docket in this case.
I second.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion to accept the order in 23-00364 UT passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lane. Next up, Mr. Gigko, to talk about a formal complaint.
Good morning, commissioners. This case is number 23-00373-UT, which is the formal complaint of Dong Nguyen against the Public Service Company of New Mexico. The complaint was filed in November, alleging incorrect billing due to the high bills that the customer was receiving. An answer to the complaint was provided by PNM, initially explaining The reason that there were certain high bills, whereas there were other bills that were of $0, that answer generated a few more questions for the commission, which were issued in order for responses. The response that PNM provided explained the elements in the answer of PNM that the commission could not clearly understand from the answer. There were corrections made in the response to certain elements that were provided in the answer by PNM. But ultimately, the response did clarify that the meter that was billing the complainant was operating correctly. It tested within the range of accuracy that is required by rule. And an analysis of the answer and the response in conjunction shows that the billing, though it was very difficult to follow, was ultimately done correctly by PNM. The reason it was so difficult, I have it just in 5 issues, is there was a change from a commercial to a residential rate that occurred. And that led to an adjustment to bills that was difficult to follow at first. There was an incorrectly applied meter read adjustment because the meter readings were very high. And so in the offices of PNM, an adjustment was made because there was a belief that the meter read had been done incorrectly. And then there was a subsequent correction of that done along with prorated meter reads. And then ultimately, due to the movement of PNM to assess the meter, there was a delay in the issuance of a bill in November of 2023. But ultimately, the assessment is that the billing was done correctly, the meter was accurate, and therefore the order dismisses the complaint, but provides the information for the informal complaint process as an avenue through which the complainant might receive some assistance from the staff of the commission in understanding the billing that the customer has received, which is difficult to follow due to all of these factors that went into it. So the order lays out what occurred in more detail and provides that information to the parties with regards to the informal complaint and has an order to dismiss the complaint. I stand for questions.
Thank you for that presentation. I thought it was worth it to have this on the regular agenda just so we could hear what you just said. Are there any other questions, discussion?
Clearly, when a complaint is a formal complaint, we are necessarily fairly tightly constrained in how we handle that. We need to investigate the complaint that was made and make a decision on the merits of that specific complaint. And I think what is being suggested here is that if this were, we've handled it formally here, if there were to be an informal discussion with staff, I think staff would have some useful suggestions for Mr. Nguyen. It appears that there's a problem, but the problem is not the fault of PNM.
Correct. As far as the jurisdiction of the commission, it's going to be up to the meter. If there was an issue occurring behind the meter on the customer's side, that's not within the commission's jurisdiction. And so a determination isn't made by the commission as to whether there is a problem there, but discussions with respects to the billing with commission staff could help perhaps the complainant understand where that complainant might need to look for the cause of the high bills.
Thank you. So there's a pretty strong hint to Mr. Nguyen here that it may be helpful to contact staff.
That's a fair statement.
It's kind of like the electric version of fix a leak week, right? Any other questions, discussions?
I don't have any questions, just want to thank Mr. Getko for his work on this case, which was difficult to follow, but I appreciate the conversation that we had, which helped me understand it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll move that we adopt the proposed order in this case.
I second.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion to adopt the order as written passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
So next up is Mr. Fisk, and then I know Mr. Martinez and Ms. Stefans are available for when we get to those next two items after Mr. Fisk.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So, the order that you have before you would initiate a new docket for a rulemaking to consider amendments to the community solar rule. As noted in the order, the law, the Community Solar Act, requires the commission to consider potential changes to the statewide capacity cap that was set in the act itself of 200 megawatts for the entire statewide program. That was a cap that was, as I said, set in the act, but only for the initial period of the program. And the commission is supposed to consider the possibility of changing it based on the commission's experience in the first few years of the program, and that consideration is supposed to be completed by November 1st of this year, which is when the commission will also be issuing a report to the legislature about the commission's experience of the first few years of the program. So that is something that requires opening a rulemaking proceeding for amendments, because the 200 megawatts is in our rule, and the allocation of the 200 megawatts among the three qualifying utilities among their territories is in the commission's rule. So if the commission changes the total cap or changes the allocation, probably the commission probably wouldn't change the allocation without changing the overall cap. But that has to be done in the rulemaking. Of course, we'll get input from people who participate in the program and anyone else who's interested in the program, and the utilities, of course. But we're also opening it up. This order would open it up, let people know, or anyone who's interested in the program. That's basically any interested person is usually the terminology that the State Rules Act uses and we use when it comes to rulemaking. In other words, doesn't have to be a person with a financial interest. It's anyone who's interested in a particular policy or rule can participate. This would be a request for information from such people at would be just an informal stage of the rulemaking, because this would be to help the commission formulate a proposed rule, and which would be issued with a notice of proposed rulemaking, which is published. And that's when the formal proceeding begins. A formal hearing is set, formal comment deadlines are published. So this is just to generally ask interested persons what changes they might like to see in the rule and what we should be considering for a proposed rule. So with that, I will take any questions.
Yeah, thank you for that. I guess just broadly, I'm looking forward to this rulemaking. I think it's an opportunity to take advantage of what we've learned through the first iteration of the process. So beyond that, I didn't have any questions or discussion to commissioners.
So I think we sort of have two ideas being merged in here. And Mr. Fisk, please correct me if I'm not on the right track, but there's what the law requires us to do, which is related to the cap. But then there are also improvements that we need to make or that we want to consider making. And so we sort of started this, I think, as just kind of the report to the legislature, and then we did not report, I'm sorry, the review required by the legislature, and then rules that we wanted to also undertake. And this is sort of bringing them together and recognizing that we have to do both. And so I just want to highlight that because I included a few questions in this draft that I think we need to explore, such as, last year we had some ties in the projects that were selected and they had to be broken. And so there are things that I think we need to improve there. I think another option is to continue leaving these two endeavors separate. But anyway, I see the value in bringing them together. And so that's why I added questions here.
Yeah, I agree with you. There are two important things that we're needing to do. I think we're gonna have to multitask to get them done. And for me, one of the interesting data points about expansion of the program that we're gonna need to look at is subscriptions. So I'm not sure when we're gonna have a good read on that. So meanwhile, we do need to look at some of the issues that we found with our rule, like tiebreaker was a great example. And that can happen in parallel with this other question that we've got in front of us. I'm frankly not sure if the projects aren't online, what we're gonna be able to say about expansion by the deadline of what we have to give the legislature, but.
Yeah, and my reason for explaining that is because I think we talked about two separate tracks, or at least that's what I came away with. But I want to emphasize that this is now one for anybody who is interested in having input into the rulemaking. This is where you would need to do that.
Yes, I just want to clarify as well, the report to the legislature is in a separate docket. So I know Commissioner, you're actually talking about whether the consideration of the capacity cap should be considered separately from these. And I think the idea is if we're going to do a rulemaking, we have to do a rulemaking proceeding for that. Might as well do it all in one rulemaking.
I do have a question of clarification, Mr. Fisk. I suggested a couple of questions. Are these in the main option here, or do we have two options before us?
Commissioner Ellison, yes, there's one document and you want to look at for the questions you proposed, you want to look for the two that are highlighted in yellow, starting at the bottom of page 3.
And so this is like a second option, is that right? For the
Yes,
order.
yesterday I sent first a version titled revised.
Right.
And the revised 2, which has both the additions proposed by Commissioner Aguilera and those proposed by you, Commissioner Ellison.
And so could you tell me again what is option number 1 and option number 2 here? If
I guess I'm not seeing two options. It's
Okay.
just a concatenation of
Okay.
ideas. Is how I saw this come together. Yeah, unless you
That's fine.
feel like the questions you suggested are at the exclusion of other things that are in here.
I don't,
Okay, that's the way I read it, but I just wanted to make sure. That's why I think there's only one option.
okay, that's fine. I just know mine came in pretty late and I just wanted to make sure everyone's aware of what they say.
Okay, any further questions or comments? And then I guess for clarity, I'll say moving adoption of the latest version of the proposed final order on this case.
I second.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Allison. Aye. The motion to pass the version of the order that is in your books passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Commissioners.
Okay, so now we'll go back and pick up the two that were deferred from the consent agenda. So first is 24-00042 UT. I think Mr. Martinez is available on Zoom.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning. Good morning, commissioners. So this matter concerns a PNM financing application. PNM requests authorization from the commission to do two things. First, amend and restate an unsecured revolving credit facility, and second, to issue senior unsecured notes to fund its construction program, provide service to PNM customers, and repay existing short-term debt. PNM filed its application on February 9th. No one intervened. Commission staff evaluated the application and recommended that the commission approve it. The hearing examiner has issued his recommended decision, which recommends approval as well. So what's before the commission today is a proposed final order adopting the recommended decision in full as the order of the commission. And just a word on the legal standard that the commission is applying here to frame the recommended decision. Under New Mexico law, the commission shall approve these proposed transactions unless it finds that one of three conditions exist. The first is that the transactions are inconsistent with the public interest. Second is that the transactions have a purpose not permitted by the Public Utility Act. Or three, the aggregate amount of the securities outstanding and proposed will exceed the fair value of the properties and business of the utility. So in this proceeding, no party testified that any of these conditions exist. Similarly, the hearing examiner found that these conditions did not exist. And for those reasons, I recommend that the commission approve the proposed final order adopting the recommended decision.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Martinez. I'll turn it over to you, Commissioner.
Great, thank you. The reason I asked for this matter as well as the SPS financing matter to be moved to the regular agenda is because I'd like to raise the question as to whether our process for reviewing and approving these orders may need some additional work and thoughts. It seemed to me that at least I felt that I didn't see everything I wanted to see in at least the PNM initial application. I know this information is available elsewhere, but I would have liked to have seen a table of current indebtedness in the application itself, the types of securities and the maturity dates. This application contained a fairly generic statement of why the funds were needed for construction, service to customers, which is about as general as you can get, and repayment of short-term debt. As it turns out in the response to a bench request, the intent is really to use it to refinance short-term debt. And it was also stated in that bench request response that the result of this would be to refinance short-term debt into longer-term debt, and that there would be no net increase in the level of indebtedness. However, the company also has a revolver facility and the ability to issue short-term notes. And so the potential is clearly there for the company to go ahead and use that revolver and issue more short-term debt. So certainly the potential for increasing the debt load is certainly there. I don't think there are any indications that the company's indebtedness is reaching a level that we would want to be concerned about. At the same time, we heard from the company multiple times in the rate case that the capital structure and ROE that we approve can impact their credit ratings, and therefore the cost of debt issuance potentially. But I also think that if the company has too much debt, that can also have a negative impact on credit ratings and on the cost of future financing. So I'm in favor of this particular order. However, I just wanted to raise these questions that I just feel that the review is a bit too perfunctory, and I think we could think about how to make it a bit more rigorous and get the information we would like to get in the beginning.
Thank you. Any further comment, discussion?
Nothing further from me.
Then are you prepared to?
Sure, I move that we adopt this order.
I'll second.
Commissioner Aguilera,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Connell,
Aye.
Commissioner Ellison.
Aye.
The motion to pass the order as written in 24-00042 UT passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Get another opportunity for walk-up music. Just to be clear, I don't think that's actually possible. We don't have a budget for paying for music rights.
We wouldn't be able to post the recordings on YouTube then.
No. Unless Mr. Karen wants to give an original composition. Okay, case number 24-0043. Take it away.
So Mr. Reddick Martinez took some of my thunder away, so I won't have to repeat the standard of review in this case. So before the commission is a final order adopting the recommended decision in SPS's application for authorization of various security transactions, including approval and authorization to issue and sell up to 750 million first mortgage bonds in 2024. Pre-approval to recover certain costs associated with refunding SPS's higher coupon bond if such redemption results in maintaining of lowering SPS's embedded cost of debt. authorization to enter into interest rate hedging agreements to support interest rate locks and swap in relations to the first mortgage bonds, and authorization to extend SPS's revolving credit agreement by 2 years and to increase the maximum amount of credit. I will add that in addition to the standard for approval, the Public Utility Act also requires that the commission place these applications at the head of the commission's docket and dispose of them promptly within 30 days. And that the commission may extend that for good cause. And in this case, it's already been extended by a couple of days to allow the commission to act during this regular scheduled meeting. Staff reviewed the application and provided testimony stating that the application met the statutory threshold, as was stated by Mr. Raggett Martinez, and recommended approval subject to some reporting requirements. The recommended decision also recommends approval subject to the reporting requirements set out by staff, and the final order adopts the recommended decision. And I stand for question.
Ms. Stephans, it's interesting to contrast the financing proposed here with the financing proposed in the PNM financing application. They're looking to issue senior unsecured notes, which seems a bit more standard, and here first mortgage bonds with hedging. And I'm just wondering if the company explained why they chose that method, which at first blush seems kind of exotic.
Although it may seem exotic, this is a standard standard for SPS. They've been using first mortgage bonds since at least 2011, and they've been approved to do so since 2011 within the commission. They do provide that it will allow some flexibility to enter into financial markets when capital is needed, and would provide adequate size flexibility if projected capital expenditure timing changes.
Did they compare this option with a senior unsecured note issuance, or in terms of the cost?
I do not think that there's testimony towards that.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And sorry, one other question. In terms of use, is it sort of the standard statutory language that's being used here for
Yes.
the use, right?
Yes, that's right. It's repayment of short-term debt and repayment of maturing long-term debt.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, discussion? Entertain a motion to approve.
I move to approve this order.
I'll second.
Aye.
Mr. McConnell,
Aye.
Mr. Allison.
Aye.
The motion to approve of the order in 24-00043 UT passes unanimously, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, so we've reached the discussion section of the agenda. As I said at the beginning of the meeting, I'm really trying to balance two things here. One is respect for the people giving us the presentations by giving them predictable time, and then also just respecting the time of everybody who's involved in this meeting. So I've got a presentation that I know should be held till 1:30 this afternoon. That's the Southwestern Power Group presentation. I also have the next two presentation items, a discussion item on the New Mexico gas rate case and discussion item from Mr. O'Donnell and Ms. Tidwell about interconnections. Both of them have expressed some flexibility around and willingness to give a presentation before 1:30. So just wanted to hear if there's any objections, or am I getting out over my skis by saying we could start these presentations now rather than waiting till 1:30. So I'm seeing a lot of head nodding in the room. I guess, sorry, Mr. O'Donnell, I figure you're here whether you want to be or not, so. I guess I'll give gas company, if you're ready to go, I'd say let's go ahead and do that. If you're not, then we can ask Mr. O'Donnell and you can have that time to prepare. And then third option is we could also take a recess for 5-10 minutes, so we can sort that out. Is there any recommendations? Okay, so I'm seeing a request for a bio break for 5 minutes, so we will reconvene at, I'll say 8 minutes, so at 11:15, and when we restart, we'll have discussion item presentation on the gas company rate case. Sounds good. Okay, so we're back and if you were watching before the break, you'll realize I'm working on this thing in real time. I've heard that not everybody who would like to be here for the gas rate case presentation is here yet. So what we'll do then is start with the discussion item led by Mr. O'Donnell on interconnections. And then see where we're at there. I think likely we'll go ahead and recess till 1:30 just because that's what was noticed. But if I hear that everybody's here by the time we're ready, then maybe we can proceed. So just want to make sure folks that want to participate in that are here and available. So having made that adjustment, I will turn the floor over to Mr. O'Donnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm very pleased today to present to you the latest status update on interconnection applications generally with a sidebar regarding community solar applications for interconnection. And I'm very pleased to bring up to the presentation for the first time Meredith Tidwell, who is our US DOE Clean Energy Fellow for 24-25. And also, I don't want to neglect Yvette Vieses, who is our Community Solar DOE Fellow, who helped us out with creating the maps that we'll talk about later on. So I'm going to turn the first part of the presentation over to Meredith, who's just going to update you on the responses of the three utilities to our request for full year information about interconnection applications from all sizes of projects. Meredith?
All right. Hi, everyone. Can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. So on this first slide, we have information from 2023 and 2019 until then as well. The applications we've gotten in that span of time have been a little over 44,000. And one of the things we've noticed since 2019 is that applications gradually went up from 2019 and peaked in 2022. And then they dropped a bit in 2023 by about 28%. Most of those applications that we had were less than 25 kilowatts. Most of those were rooftop solar, and the average capacity of a lot of that rooftop solar was between 5 and 7 kilowatts. Some of the bigger projects were in rural areas, with the smaller projects being in the cities. And the total capacity that we had for 2023 requested was 342 megawatts. Next slide, please. Okay, this next slide is our permission to operate data. So this was just showing whether the utilities could interconnect and how many projects that they had up and running. PNM had a significant amount of projects over this time, and they've only had about 51% of them come online so far. This is probably due to community solar. They have a large amount of the projects. So thinking once those get into effect, they'll have a larger PTO. Their inability to interconnect this year was about 1,100, and this spans over the last 2 years and increased a bit in 2023. We're not exactly sure why this happened. That's something that we need to look into. And then SPS and EPE both have relatively similar numbers, a little over 2,000 applications. SPS had 88% able to connect, and EP had about 74%, and they had 111 unable to interconnect, and most of those were last year, I believe, and then EPE had 17 unable, and a lot of them had projects that were in the final review at the end of 2023, so we should be seeing some more coming up in this year. Next slide, please. So these coming slides are just visuals of what we just talked about. So this one is all of our interconnection data from 2019 to 2023. PNM had a large portion of these interconnection applications, and this just shows the relativity of them. Next slide, please. And this next one is showing the trend where it went up from 2019 to 2022 and then dropped again in 2023. Next slide, please. And this is our capacity that was requested this year. This large blue portion is the smaller projects, community solar projects. And then All of these are less than 25 kilowatts. The orange is the remaining projects that are less than 25 kilowatts that were not community solar. And then what were the-
Is this across all three utilities for New Mexico?
Yes. All right, next slide, please. And again, this is our percent unable to interconnect. This was 6% this year, and this is up from 2 to 3% last year. And then 94% of our applications were able to interconnect.
I'll just make a note that when a utility reports something as unable to interconnect, it means unable to interconnect at the location requested. And largely that is because of constraints on the feeders. In particular, we know that that is an endemic problem throughout the NM territory, which means that there's a lot of frustrated customers out there, and the commission has been dealing with this situation for several years now. Despite our changes to the interconnection rule, there still seems to be a problem. I would like to have a long conversation with the commission at one time about what we can do about that, but I'd like to tie that with the results of some technical assistance projects that we're still finalizing, working with PNM to identify connection issues, especially the constraints, and what possible recourse we have for alleviating those constraints. But that's an issue for another day. Okay, I'd like to just move right now. Next slide, please. To what the information that we've collected about community solar project interconnection status is. As you recall, last May, the commission announced that 45 projects out of some 400 that had bid into the program had been selected through the evaluation by our program administrator, Incline. All of those are undergoing interconnection status. All of them now have advanced beyond completeness review and into detailed studies, but none of them have been given permission to operate, and so far none have withdrawn. In PNM territory, we asked for if they have given the project developers an estimate of the costs necessary to upgrade systems in order to allow interconnection. And we asked for that information from all the utilities. We did give them the ability to file the details under confidentiality. And so what I'm presenting is really just averages and ranges so that the commission understands kind of what people will face. But in PNM territory, every project will face significant upgrade costs, and they range from $582,000 to as much as $13 million. The numbers are lower in SPS and EPE territory. Estimated costs range from $268,000 to $1.1 million, and that's the same range that we saw in both of those utility territories. Another indication of the differences in the level of feeder constraints among the utilities. The SPS projects, the numbers that we have for them are really just based on distribution upgrades, and they have sent the applications over to the Southwest Power Pool for determinations on if there are going to be transmission system impacts, particularly backfeed into the transmission system. That could add significant costs, and I think that we'll have to follow up with SPS in a couple of months to find out exactly what SPP has come up with. When we're talking about the costs, almost all the projects just need new conductor, right, to handle it, right? Because adding 5 megawatts or up to 5 megawatts on any feeder will require some changes. But also reclosers and relays are the most common upgrades that are necessary. But particularly in PNM territory, we've identified at least 12 substation upgrades, which would include transformer additions, which can add substantially to the cost. So that's the first level of why the prices are so different in the utility territories, is because the level of constraint would require transformers. That would be a thermal constraint, not just a voltage constraint on the feeders. Total upgrades identified so far, brace yourself, we count $120 million. And the utilities estimate of how long it will take to perform those upgrades ranges between 9 months at the soonest and up to 2 years to do so. Those numbers are really based on availability of equipment and work orders and putting them all in the line. We do have, an issue that we're all been dealing with, which is that we dumped a whole lot of new projects on the utilities at the same time. And it's been a challenge, right? 45 projects to undergo what was essentially a complete revision of the interconnection rule, with definitely some issues regarding some of the projects in order to identify exactly where they're interconnecting. I will point out one situation in SPS territory that is causing a little bit of a hiccup in the evaluation of projects. There is a project, as you know, it's been brought to the attention of the commission in docket 23-00376, in which the initial review did not detect that although the point of interconnection was within SPS territory, the project itself is outside of SPS territory. And we have to resolve this. What we did was in an order issued late in February, directed the parties to go back and follow.
Maybe we shouldn't get into the details.
Okay, yeah, I was just going to say that we directed them to go back into dispute resolution, right? And then come back to the commission. So and the problem with that is that it's holding up the full evaluation of 2 other projects. So that's why it's significant enough to raise. So next slide, please. With Yvette's help, we put together some maps that kind of show at least the pairing of community solar projects with the population of low-income customers. It is one of the main objectives of community solar to try and provide people who would not otherwise have the ability to install PV on their rooftops, especially low-income customers, to participate in the renewable energy. And what you're seeing on this first map is simply the location of where the projects that have been selected are. And the darker the county line, the more projects there are. We have as many as 7 projects in Valencia and in Otero counties. And then you can see going down. Next slide, please. This is a separate map of identifying low-income populations. And this is based on the most recent census tract information. It follows essentially how we define low income, which is 80% of the average median income for areas, right? And areas are granular. They could be at the state level, but we chose to look at the county level. And in fact, this information is compiled from census tract information, but it comports with the way that we identify low income. Next slide. This combines the 2 slides in a very simplistic analysis that says, even though we did nothing to try and direct where the community solar projects are, there's actually a fairly high correlation between where projects have been proposed, especially the dark sections there, and higher levels of income. So the key finding is that 31 of the 45 projects would be located in census tracts with low income population percentage greater than 40%. That is important because that minimizes the use of the utility system overall. Of course, customers, for instance, in Silver City could be served by a project that's in a different part of the PNM territory or anything like that. But it just indicates that we're trying to find the sweet spot of bringing distributed resources closer to the load that they serve. And so this gives us an indication that even though we didn't force it, we did fairly well the first time around. That leads me to think about how we might refine the program in the future in order to identify locations that might be better, right? Better located for exactly that purpose, to minimize the strain on the system and to better serve customers so that they have a proximity to the projects that are serving them. That's all I have on this. If there's any other questions. Oh, I'm sorry, one last slide. And this is just data that Yvette collected about what is the estimated low-income population. We've been having a difficult time. So the census information has told us that among all of these counties, which are served by the IOUs, there are as many as 655,000 customers who might be considered low income. And I'll just contrast that with the numbers that we have from, for instance, the LIHEAP program, the Low Income Heating and Energy Assistance Program, in which have identified that if you're in LIHEAP, you're automatically eligible for community solar, which really is less than 40,000 throughout the state. So there's a big disparity between the identified low income population and those that have taken part in programs that try and help them out on the energy front. And that just means that there's a challenge in terms of the subscriber organizations trying to sign up these customers. And I could go into a long detail about kind of what we're trying to do about that. But I think that for today, that's all the information that I wanted to share. So if there's any questions, thank you.
Thank you for the info and thank you, Ms. Tidwell. Sorry, my mind wandered when I was looking at your slide 11. Is there any correlation between the projects located in low income areas versus the interconnection cost information that was on slide 8?
Yes, and if you could pull slide 11 back up again, please. Thank you. I'll just draw your attention to the southwest corner of the state. All of the projects that require, virtually all the projects that will require transformer upgrades are in Deming, Lordsburg, and Silver City, which indicates that they are in proximity to a low-income population. It's a relatively small low-income population because really we're measuring percentage of the county population. But yeah, that's the trouble spot in the state, that the systems are old. They were not designed to accommodate this level of new generation coming on. As you know, larger projects, central station projects and the big wind farms and solar farms are mostly in the northeast corners of New Mexico and then down the eastern corridor. So really, it's a very different type of situation between that geography and the Southwest.
Thank you. And then another question was, can you give us an update on that Solar for All grant?
We were just talking with Rebecca at MNERD yesterday, day before yesterday, and while the EPA had signaled that they were going to make an announcement in March, we're not quite sure that that's going to happen until April. We don't know. What we do have an indication of, and we had this indication fairly early on, is that a lot of people are vying for that money. Even though it's a pot of $7 billion, it would be spread out among many, many potential applicants. Our request was, the MNERD request totally was $250 million, with our portion of it $50 million. So we're certainly hoping for that. The intent would be to develop a pot of money that could be used to help buy down some of the interconnection costs. We would have to have some kind of process to determine the guidelines for evaluating how to allocate that. But that I wouldn't go towards unless we got the grant.
Thank you. Commissioners, you got any questions?
I did want to verify the first slide with the interconnection applications. Again, that is for the 3 utilities, their service territory in New Mexico. Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And on the second slide, you have the applications leading to permission to operate. And you know, you have this applications unable to connect later on in slide 7. And so that 6% is essentially summing up the numbers here of the unable to interconnect numbers.
Yes, and that's by application numbers, not by capacity. right? The majority of the unable to connect at the location are rooftop solar, right? In the 5 to 6 kilowatt level. So, you know, it seems skewed, but it is a big difference. Last year, PNM reported only 60. And to move to 1,000 indicates that more people are wanting solar than are being accommodated. And this, of course, has been a challenge for the state for several years. And the question is, how do we get past that? What can we do? And I would like to have a very long conversation with all of you about that.
Okay, and most of the reason then for the difference between the interconnect applications and the permission to operate is not that the applicants are being told they can't interconnect, it's
Just
delays.
the time, yeah, the time in processing. And that's one of the reasons why we actually average these numbers over 2 years, because applications come in 1 year and it takes a longer time. So the numbers didn't make sense if you just looked at a calendar year. But yes, it's really, what happens is the utilities don't deny applications, and the utilities be the first to refine the statement about that. But they do send letters that say, sorry, we can't interconnect you. We would need significant upgrades to our system and we don't have any scheduled. That's basically what they tell customers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for the presentations, and Mr. Tidwell, congratulations on your first presentation. Well done. I appreciate the maps that you have toward the back. This is really good information. And it just, you know, makes my brain wander into wanting more. I think, you know, another thing that would be interesting is to show the costs that these projects are facing. I think that's going to be, as you know, you said, you know, we need to have more discussions about this, but in terms of identifying where to locate your project, I think knowing what cost you might be facing, even if it's just an estimate, is going to be very important.
In the future, and we're working towards that future, we are actively working towards the future. It would be best if we could identify the best locations to site projects before we open up the market. We did not have that luxury in the past, and just you know, just in the last 2 years has PNM in particular and the other utilities begun to do the kind of hosting capacity analysis that's necessary to do that. Other states may be ahead of us in that, especially if they're part of organized markets, because organized markets do tend to be able to identify pricing for delivery of energy based on constraints, and those are the very same kinds of constraints that are adding to the costs of interconnection here. So again, in April, I expect that we'll be making a presentation kind of like this to the full commission during a meeting about steps that we're taking, about studies that we've been working with Department of Energy, National Labs, and the utilities in order to better our ability to conduct hosting capacity analysis and to do two things. One is to find those locations, and to minimize or at least optimize the costs that are necessary. So it's in the works, and it's definitely an important component of making this project, this program successful, but all future distributed generation interconnections possible.
Thanks again. I don't have any further comments.
With that,
Thank you, commissioners.
I guess, Mr. Cameron, you got any advice on what to do next?
I think we should adjourn until 1:30. Recess.
Okay, so I agree with that because we published an agenda saying these discussions will start at 1:30. So just make sure that everybody who wanted to be present or involved in this next presentation, the gas company, has that opportunity, then I would suggest we're in recess till 1:30. And at that time, we'll have Southwestern Power Group and the presentation on the gas company vacation. So we'll be back at 1:30. Good afternoon. We're back from our recess. We're still in the discussion section of agenda. Again, had pegged this to 1:30 time so that I could be predictable on what time the presentation would happen for Southwestern Power Group. So I was going to invite them up to go ahead and provide a presentation about the Seoul Rio line. Take it away, gentlemen. Yeah, you push the button to make it green.
Got it. Well, thank you very much, commissioners, for your time. I'm David Getz with Southwestern Power Group, and we are the developer of the Rio Seoul transmission project. And if whoever is controlling slides, they move forward just one more. Thank you. So our tagline for Rio Seoul is a river of clean energy for local communities. I'll just say that Rio Seoul used to be called Sunzia Line 2, and we renamed the project Rio Seoul. And just the key difference right out the box is that Rio Seoul is an alternating current line, which means we plan to interconnect with electric utilities across Arizona and New Mexico, and therefore Rio Seoul will be able to provide transportation of electrons to serve local communities. And so our tagline. Next slide, please. Thank you. So just a quick background. Again, this whole presentation will take 10 to maybe 12 minutes, so I'll try to be brief. There has been a lot of experience and information about Sunzia, but for those that don't know, we were the original developer of Sunzia transmission project. We started that effort in 2006. It was a long and winding road. We finally sold what was then Sunzia Line 1 to Pattern Energy in the summer of 2022, which was always our goal because our company is not able or interested to own and build and operate, finance these kind of very, very large infrastructure projects. So we are a developer that tries to assemble the licenses and the permits and the rights of way and all the various contracts needed to build and finance such a line. But it was always our intent, as it is with Rio Seoul, we will be selling the project at some point to a long-term owner. Having said that, Pattern Energy worked with us for 6-7 years as our anchor tenant, and they are in the business to finance, build, own, operate these kind of pieces of infrastructure. So it was a logical thing for us to do. We were pleased with the sale. Pattern was very pleased. That project has now been financed. It's achieved its construction financing at the end of last year, and it's in full construction, all 550 miles. In our case, for Line 2, or now called Rio Seoul, Rio Seoul was developed in parallel or at the same time as Line 1. So, for example, our permits always were for both lines. So Rio Seoul is actually at a very advanced stage of its development because we have all the permits we need. All the major permits. We have almost all of the rights of way. And what we have yet to do in general is we need another 2 to potentially 3 years of time to obtain the customers and figure out the commercial aspects of the project that would get it to the point where it would be ready to build. So somewhere in that time frame, we will likely be looking to sell. And our experience with Line 1 is that the likely long-term owners of Rio Seoul, again, as a merchant transmission project, would be our anchor tenants. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. So in summary, Rio Seoul is a 550-mile alternating current, 500 kV transmission line with the ability to carry 1,600 megawatts of energy in both directions, from the east to the west and from the west to the east. Next slide, please. Before I mention the Rio Seoul project participants, let me just say that, of course, we are not, we are delighted to be here to provide this sort of public presentation about our project. But as you know, we are not really jurisdictional to the PRC for location control because we are a full RETA project. They are our co-development partner. And we did go through a very extensive federal EIS process to site the line, and which included thousands of pages of public comments and those sorts of things that you would go through similar in a location control setting. So we're pleased to be here to provide this update to the commission because we think it's important that the commission is aware of where we are and to provide that information to the public. And it seemed like this would be a good forum for that. So thank you. Southwestern Power Group is the developer. I'm based in Phoenix, Arizona. We have a team of about 20 people. We have an office here in New Mexico. We have two, in fact, one in Albuquerque and a small one in Clovis, New Mexico. But our main staff are in Phoenix, and Arizona and New Mexico are the markets we know. We've been active for a little over 20 years and have developed a handful of utility scale generation projects. SunZia was our first interstate transmission project. Rio Sol is sort of our second. We are owned by the US's largest privately owned electrical and instrumentation contractor. So we're owned by a construction company. It's called MMR. They're mentioned on the page. That's where we get the money to do what we do. So we're privately owned. I will be frank that we are in it to make a profit. That's our ultimate goal. And the way we do that is we hope to sell our projects to a buyer who wants to own them and build them and operate them for more money than it cost us to get to the point where that project could be built. Could I have the next slide, please? So this shows you a map of the route of Rio Sol, and it's exactly the same route as SunZia with one minor exception. And it's hard to see that exception in the map, but we parallel because the idea behind the projects are, if you think of two single circuit transmission lines, so two sets of wires, two sets of towers on independent right of way, so 200 or so feet of right of way that are side by side. So the transmission lines in general are adjacent, but they're separate and they don't connect to each other. So the one place where technically we're not really side by side is that for a number of reasons, we go through the Sevieta National Wildlife Refuge, and we are using existing transmission corridors. One is owned by Tri-State Generation and Transmission, so SunZia co-locates with that line, and the other one is owned by El Paso Electric, and we're planning to co-locate Rio Sol with that line as existing corridors because that minimizes impacts, and going through a National Wildlife Refuge is unusual. But in our case, the federal permit does allow that. We went through that and all the public comment. You can see that in general, the concept for Rio Sol is commercially the same as SunZia, which is that New Mexico has wonderful wind energy. It has more wind energy by far than it can use within the state. There's probably 10 to 20,000 megawatts of developable wind generation in the state. And with a small population, that's way more. So our plan is to help deliver New Mexico's wind energy to customers that want to use it. This year with Rio Sol, because we are expecting to interconnect with New Mexico and Arizona utilities, some of that wind energy will be, in my mind, is likely to be delivered to customers like PNM and El Paso Electric. We also expect there will be significant demand for New Mexico's wind energy with utilities in Arizona. So at this point, we have submitted electrical interconnection requests to El Paso Electric, Tucson Electric Power, and Arizona Public Service. And we're still evaluating interconnections with PNM, Public Service Company of New Mexico, Salt River Project, and potentially Western Area Power Administration and Arizona Electric Power Cooperative. So in essence, if we had a map that was to overlay the route map and we were to show you where the existing transmission lines are of those other utilities, you see that we cross them in a number of spots. So because line 2, Rio Sol, is an alternating current line, it's easy and relatively commercially economic to interconnect with those. Whereas with SunZia is a high voltage direct current or DC line. It's not commercially feasible to interconnect line 1 to any of those utilities. It's frankly just too expensive. So line 1, SunZia, is a kind of an express line. Line 2 is the local line. It's the line that can interconnect with the existing transmission system and provide both electrical benefits in terms of reliability, as well as deliver renewable energy, which we expect will be mostly New Mexico wind energy. Again, it's possible there will be some solar energy delivered via Rio Sol, but economically, that's probably a little harder to envisage just for the reasons that you can build solar energy anywhere in the desert Southwest. There's good solar everywhere, and a new transmission line like Rio Sol is expensive. So if you're a developer of solar generation, it's hard to be competitive economically if you want to use Rio Sol to deliver your electrical energy to a buyer, whereas it'd be probably better for you to site that solar project near to that customer, or at least interconnected to their transmission system, because the cost to deliver to that customer will be much lower. So that's just, we won't preclude solar. Again, under our FERC regulations, we won't be able to preclude any customer, but we expect most of the energy delivered on Rio Sol will be from New Mexico wind. Next slide, please.
Okay, quick question on this one.
Yes.
That on the legend, you have potential and proposed substations.
Yes.
What is the distinction between them?
Yeah. The proposed substations are the ones where we have in fact submitted requests for electrical interconnection, Commissioner. The potential ones are the ones we're thinking about. We wanted to show both. So I say, on the one hand, our job as a developer, remember, we're developing a line for future customers. Those future customers will end up making the decisions about who they want to sell their electricity to. So our job is to create delivery options for them. So at this point, we're evaluating a number of electrical interconnections, and that process, once you decide to do it, takes typically about 2 years. Having said that, every time we create a substation, it adds between $20 and $50 million of cost to the project. And our goal is to be an economic deliverer, transportation service. So we have to evaluate the trade-offs, the benefits of the one hand of creating more delivery options or off-ramps for the electrons versus all that additional cost. So that's why I say we have made a decision today. 3 interconnections we think make a lot of sense for our future customers. These others may do. And at the end of the day, it's our future customers that will probably decide which ones of those actually get built. We want to offer them the flexibility, but my view is we will interconnect with the New Mexico utilities and Arizona utilities. It just may not be every one of them in our path. So that's a sort of commercial decision, because again, we have to provide economic energy to customers, or else we won't get the financing to build the line. If our future customers, the generators, they have to win power purchase agreements for their generation. That's what makes the merchant kind of project like Rio Sol succeed.
And the P&M interconnect would potentially be the Puerco.
Yes, RS Puerco is our suggested point. We are actually talking with PNM right now about that. We like to engage with the electric utilities because they know more about their transmission system than we do. And we want to make sure that we're proposing to interconnect at a good location. So that we have, there are other places, Commissioner, we could interconnect with PNM, but we think that makes sense. And I say we're in that's part of why I said we're evaluating the interconnection with PNM, and we're in an active discussion with them about that. And we will take their advice and try and figure that out. And then we evaluate what's the cost of doing that. And is it reasonable? I will also say that all of the utilities in the desert Southwest today are short of new generation resources. PNM, EPE, TEP, everyone wants more generation for different reasons. So we believe there is significant commercial opportunity for our future customers to sell their renewable energy to these utilities. And that's why we're looking at many, many substations. But again, it's on the one hand, if money wasn't an object, we build every one. But the cost is important, and Rio Sol is going to be an expensive new line to build, and that the costs have to be recovered. So otherwise, those at the end of the day, just and reasonable rates are affected right through power purchase agreements typically. So we're conscious of that.
the EPE one would be in Luna County?
Yes, it would be down there at RS South is our proposed
Okay,
point of interconnection with EPE.
okay, thank you.
Yeah. And we have had dialogue with EPE for a number of years about that. All right, there's detail. I have two more slides here really to talk about the details. I'm not going to read these. I'll just try and hit some highlights. First is we have our federal permits and the right-of-way grant. There's a little more work to do on those, but those are essentially done. For state permitting, because we are a RETA project, we do not have to obtain the location control, but we did have to go through the permitting process in the state of Arizona, which was done first in 2016 and then again in 2021-22. In terms of right-of-way, we are virtually done with Rio Sol because we started acquiring that right-of-way when we were working on SunZia and generally got the rights of way for both transmission lines at the same time. It's not 100% true, but I think by the end of, it's this middle of this year, we'll have all the private right-of-way under contract. And we also have, should have said, we have federal lands, that's finished in terms of right-of-way. We have state trust lands, and then we have private lands, three categories of rights of way. The federal's done, the private's virtually done. But the state trust lands, we are in the process now of submitting our applications to both state agencies. And we've been down that road with both state agencies before. So I think we will be finishing up the state right-of-way process in both states, hopefully in about a year's time. Both land agencies know exactly where we are, what we want, what the route is. There's lots of details there. So this isn't a new activity for them. We have continued to have outreach to various stakeholders of all kinds. It won't surprise you to know that not everybody is in love with our transmission line. We still have a few parties that are opposed to it, even though we have our permits. We continue to try to have an active dialogue with those parties and to try to do what we can to mitigate their concerns. And that's an active effort that our public affairs team is doing. Next slide, please.
Need another slide?
Thank you. This is really the last slide, so I'll just again hit highlights. I've talked about interconnections. You can read it at your leisure. We do for Rio Sol, just like SunZia, we have to go through the Western Electricity Coordinating Council's rating process. We call it a three-phase rating process. So we're just ready to start that. That's a process which involves any utility that wants to get involved to talk to us about the electrical implications of our line on the existing grid. It's well-defined. We've been through it before. It will take 1.5 years or so to get through. And we're ready to kick that off here very soon. And again, that's a quasi-public process that utilities get involved in, not necessarily members of the public, but it's looking at, again, the electrical impacts of power flow, stability analysis, and short circuit analysis on the existing grid. We do not expect there will be any problems there. We have already studied that and modeled it, but we have to go through the process, and it affords an opportunity for all the other utilities in the West, if they think there might be a negative impact on their transmission system, they get involved. And we have what's called a peer review group, and there's a discussion and a technical dialogue about it. So that will kick off here very soon. FERC is much more commercially important to us because as an interstate transmission line, we're regulated by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. And the first thing we need to do is get negotiated rate authority, which is permission from FERC to sit down and negotiate with potential customers about the transmission service we have to offer and what the price might be for that. We've done this before a number of times. We intend to submit this application here in the next few weeks. We don't expect particular problems, but it takes 3 to 6 months to get that. Assuming we get approval from the FERC, then what we'll do and what we have done in the past and is typical for this sort of process is we'll run an open solicitation, open season process run by an independent manager where anybody that is interested to obtain transmission capacity on Rio Sol will apply, and we will judge their applications based on pre-established criteria and sort of decide who we think are the parties that most likely meet our needs and the criteria. Once we get to that point, then we sit and negotiate with that party to give them anchor tenant status. What that really means is a reservation of transmission capacity that we're under the FERC rules allowed then to negotiate the transmission service agreement that is the contract for that transmission service. So we expect to start that open solicitation process by the end of this year. I'm allowing in our schedule about 6 months for the FERC approval process. I hope it takes less time, but again, we've been through this 2 or 3 times before, and it can take a little longer than folks like us like. So I would think about a year from now, we will probably be in a position to announce who the anchor tenants are. Traditionally, in our case, in case of SunZia, we had 1 anchor tenant, and that was Pattern Energy. We selected them in 2016 through a similar process. This time around, there may be more than 1 anchor tenant. It's possible, but again, our challenge and unlike electric utilities who have a balance sheet and an ability to build transmission based on using their balance sheet, meaning corporate finance, folks in our world have to use project finance. Project finance is based on long-term contracts. So in essence, we need to have an anchor tenant who will be developing the generation that they intend to be the source of electrons that will use Rio Sol. And then if we have our contract with them, our transmission service agreement, that becomes financeable. If their generation projects have power purchase agreements, then their wind projects are financeable. So again, just like with SunZia, the wind projects that Pattern is developing have to have PPAs to support the financing of the line, and the line has to be financeable to support the financing of the wind project. So the generation needs the line needs the generation. We're expecting to go down the same path. Again, we don't expect problems, it's just a process. So the commercialization of Rio Sol is really the big outstanding thing for us to do. These other things are important, but I always say if you don't get your permits, you don't have a project. If you don't get your rights of way, you don't have a project. The last thing are customers, because we all need customers. So the customer acquisition process for us starts with this FERC application that we submit here shortly. So I think with that, I really covered. The customer line just says that we have been having informal discussions with customers for a while. There is a lot of interest in line 2. SunZia, it's fair to say if you were to talk to us 10 years ago, you would have found among the counterparties a lot of skepticism about SunZia. It was a massive undertaking. We're a relatively small developer. I think today, given the fact that SunZia is in construction, there's a lot more confidence that line 2 will succeed. So consequently, there's a lot more interest from developers of wind and solar generation, and in fact, from utilities in this part of the world who are interested in potentially obtaining transmission capacity, or in my view, more likely, being able to benefit as a procurer of renewable energy from the Rio Sol transmission line, i.e. talking to our anchor tenant in the future or anchor tenants about their generation, going through the competitive RFPs that utilities do to procure new resources. So that's, I think, the likely outcome. I didn't mention it, but our schedule, we hope to finish the development of Rio Sol in 2026. And that will include us selling the project to a new owner, because the new owner will arrange the construction financing, and then to start construction by the end of 26 with an in-service date of the end of 2028. It's about a 2-year construction period, which is very similar to SunZia. I will also tell you that it's development and we haven't finished everything, so it's possible this could take a little longer. There are always unforeseen challenges you run into in development, but I think we're feeling very confident that, you know, we will succeed. Could it take another year? Of course it could, but I think this project will bring great benefits to ratepayers in New Mexico and Arizona for those utilities that want additional renewable energy that they probably can't get any other way, since most of the transmission systems in the desert Southwest are at capacity. They're very limited. And hence we're trying to be part of that solution to enable new generation resources to meet the needs of electric utility, of load serving entities. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for that presentation. Do you have any questions, follow up?
Just a couple of quick questions, Mr. Chair. In order to begin the New Mexico reliability study, will you need to have definitively decided on the interconnections?
It would be very wise for us to nail down what we call the plan of service, which is, yes, where are the electrical interconnections, so that the reliability study that Rita will need to do is definitive, and that they can present that to the PRC with the view of what the architecture is. So yes, and hence we're not quite ready to let Rita start that process, because we're still trying to determine exactly how many electrical interconnections are there along the entire line, because the interconnections in Arizona also affect the power flows and call it quote unquote reliability determination in New Mexico. So we're conscious of that. If I had to guess, Commissioner, I'd say we'll probably have a final plan of service by the end of this year, maybe beforehand. We have been working on it for a while. We're just not quite there yet.
And given your timeline, your target dates for construction, what would be your deadlines for determining those interconnection points? So you're saying the end of this year, essentially, you want to have determined those interconnections.
We would. Now, yes, in the ideal world, we fix the plan of service and we never change it. But it's possible that we could either add a substation down the road or take one away, not decide to build it. If that happens, we then have to iterate and go back and revise the reliability determination, the WEC 3-phase rating process, right? So the electrical impacts, i.e., if you change the electrical architecture of a line like Rio Sol, you have to go back and take a little more time and restudy the impacts of that. So that could push our timeline out. So hence it is in our interest to try to come up with a definitive plan of service this year as much as we can. But I will say again, we're doing this in essence for a future customer. So once we know who the anchor tenant or tenants are, we will listen carefully to them and their commercial views of who their ideal customers are and which off ramps electrically they'd like to see. So that's why I say it's possible we would revise the plan of service, but it's not in our interest because it slows us down. So that I don't want to guarantee you to think that once we make this decision, it's final and it never changes. It's possible it could change, but I hope we can avoid that.
I understand. I guess I was getting at if there are any sort of dates beyond which you couldn't make any changes.
No, this really honestly is a movable feast. So, you know, it's kind of, since this is all funded by our firm, and, you know, I will tell you on Sunzia, after 17 years, my firm had invested just under $200 million in the development. So we haven't, you know, the spend so far on Rio Sol is a lot less than that, but the more time it takes, the more we spend. So we would like to get to achieve the schedule I've outlined, but that's not a guarantee. It could take longer. So it's our sort of judgment as to what's that right balance of fixing everything down now and living with the consequences versus a year from now saying, oh, maybe there's a better way to do this. But if we decide that, then the consequences will be, it might take more time. It'll cost us more money. So I hope that's responsive to, I think it's not definitive, but I think our schedule is realistic and it could take a little bit longer, but there is no hard deadline that the project would disappear.
Thank you. I appreciate the
Mhm.
tension there and
Mhm.
understand.
Okay,
Thanks again, Mr. Getz, and great to see you again.
thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, folks.
Okay, next discussion item. Sorry, thank you for your patience and my vacillations on when this is gonna happen. But we've got a presentation on the uncontested stipulation in the gas company rate case, so let folks work their way to the front of the room, and then Commissioner Ellison, this is a realization of your idea, so I'd like to give you the opportunity to frame it up and get us going. So I'm gonna turn it over to Commissioner Ellison.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the gas companies and the parties' willingness to participate. My thinking here is that this is primarily for the public. Typically, when there is a stipulation, as you know, there aren't any questions and there is no presentation of the actual stipulation in the hearing. The public typically is not going to have the time to read through hundreds of pages of testimony to figure out what is the stipulation. And so my hope here is that by having a presentation now, that it will make the proposed stipulation clear to the public. This is not evidence in the actual case. It's not part of the hearing. The commission is not intending to ask any questions. I did send a revised order out late, expanding this to the parties in the case. I initially thought that as it's a stipulation, probably there isn't going to be much of a difference in opinion or a presentation, but I was advised that maybe it's better not to make that assumption. So this was opened up to all parties to share the 45 minutes as you see fit. So with that being said, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Commissioner Ellison. At the outset, I will just say that I'm here on behalf of the Department of Justice and the Attorney General to reiterate our objection to proceeding with the presentation as proposed. And while we agree and support any effort to encourage public participation, in this instance, it represents a deviation from the procedural order and the past practice, which is the reason we were concerned, because going by the commission's rules, it was unclear to us what allows for this to occur. And specifically, that to the extent this even could be argued to be ex parte, the record isn't ripe. There is an exception within the rules for ex parte when it's an uncontested matter, but the matter has to be ripe. And in this instance, we don't have the record which will be developed on 1st of April, where all of our testimony will be filed and cross-examination can be made, and questions can be asked of our witnesses. So with that said, we encourage and invite and hope to see you there and fully expect it. And to the extent that you can provide the public another opportunity to have a clear idea of what the stipulation really is, it would be our preference that it occur after the hearing. Perhaps even you could have the hearing examiner present it to the commission and to the public in some way or another, as opposed to one of the parties. So with that, I thank you and I have nothing further to say.
Chairman, Commissioners, let me start by introducing myself both to the commission, since this is my first time to present to this commission in this form, as well as for the people that are watching this on the feed. My name is Tom Domme, that's D-O-M-M-E, and I am a lawyer representing New Mexico Gas Company. And along with me is Brian Haverly, and he's also a lawyer. We're with the Jennings, Howe, Kelleher and McLeod firm, formerly the Kelleher and McLeod firm in Albuquerque, and we represented New Mexico Gas Company for the last 12 years. I was actually general counsel and vice president of regulatory affairs for New Mexico Gas Company. So we have a good experience with representing New Mexico Gas Company. More importantly, we were involved in working with the gas company on developing the stipulation and helping to write the stipulation. So we are here today to make this presentation on behalf of the company. Let me just say that in contemplating this presentation and taking into mind what the Attorney General said, because this is, it's a little unusual to be making this presentation prior to the hearing on the stipulation. But listening to Commissioner Ellis, I understand his thinking behind this, and we're here to support the presentation that he has asked us to make. So I will say that in preparing this, I've considered the first order from Commissioner Ellison, the objection that was received from the Attorney General yesterday, the new order that was issued yesterday afternoon, the ex parte rules, and the discussion that was had today, as well as the procedural orders that have been issued by the hearing examiner in this case. And just to back up a second and indicate where we are on that. So the hearing is set for April 1st, set for 2 weeks. The hearing examiner has issued a procedural order back when the case was filed. She issued 2 more procedural orders today. So the case is clearly being prepared for presentation on April 1st. And she also issued an order that I think is instructive at this point to talk about for just a second. And I'll get into the procedural history of this stipulation because I think that's important for you to understand. But when the stipulation was filed, or right as it was being filed, we asked for an extension to file the stipulation. And at that time, she issued an order to make a presentation. In that order, she instructed the parties, all parties in support of the stipulation, to file evidence regarding the stipulation that dealt with all aspects of the stipulation and that talked about the reasons why, and I think I have the wrong one. Hold on a second. That the parties, including the company, were supposed to file testimony in support of the stipulation at that point in time. Why they supported the stipulation, why they believe the stipulation satisfies the applicable statutory rules for stipulation, why they believe that the stipulation is in the public interest, and if they believe that resolving this case through the stipulation rather than a litigated case is more beneficial to the public, why? And any party and explaining testimony that is now inconsistent with prior testimony in the case, and why the commission should accept the stipulation. So that directive went to all the parties, and as a result of that, all parties filed testimony in support of the stipulation. So what I thought I would do to help explain the stipulation is sit down and explain to you first the procedural history of this case and how we got to a stipulation. And then what I want to do is I want to walk you through the stipulation. And I'm not going to read it because you can read it, but I'll explain to you what is in these provisions. And so I have copies of the stipulation if you don't. Do you all have a copy of the stipulation? Okay.
Okay. We have extra copies though.
We have copies.
That'd be helpful.
I'll take a printed copy.
Sure. Thank you.
Do you want one?
So let me go through the procedural history very quickly about how we got to where we are today.
Right, and before we do that, in
Yes.
recognition that this is, just for the public's benefit, commissioners are not going to ask any questions. I just want to ask not to reveal any kinds of reasons, right, or why you support it. I would rather have this just be completely factual about what the stipulation is and not revealing why other parties are speculating, why other parties may have signed on to it. And I think that would be much more in line with what I was thinking this would be. And so, this is not a hearing. There's no evidence here. So just
Thank
factual
you.
description.
Thank you, Commissioner Aguilar. That's exactly what my intention was to just outline what's in the stipulation and not get into any of the reasons behind that. That is for the hearing starting on April 1st. Exactly. So the procedural history of this case for the public and to understand. The case was filed on September 14th of last year, September 14th of 2023. Since that point in time, the other parties have intervened in the case, and intervene mean they just enter their appearance and they now become involved in the case. So there are a number of parties intervened, and you can see from the stipulation, we'll go through this in a bit about all the parties that intervened. They intervened in the case, and starting in September and ending right around the middle of February, they were engaged in what is called discovery. That is, they would ask us questions and we would answer questions. They would ask for documents. We would provide them documents. That's the discovery phase of every case that we participate in. And the parties in this case were active in discovery and sent us discovery all the way through February. On February 21st, pursuant to the hearing examiner's order, the interveners entered their testimony, their direct testimony in response to our application. So when we filed the application, we filed testimony. They did discovery of us after that. And then on February 21st, they filed their direct testimony in response to our case. When we got that testimony, and only after we got that testimony, we reached out to the interveners and we asked them at that point in time if they were interested in having a settlement discussion. And so the first settlement negotiation took place on February 23rd, which was for a Friday. So we started our settlement negotiations on Friday, February 23rd, after the case was at issue. Discussions were had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and the stipulation was entered into on March 1st, or on February 28th of this year. And then the stipulation was filed on March 1st. As a result of that, the hearing examiner issued the order that I just read from you, and all the testimony in support of the stipulation was filed on March 13th. The hearing is still set for April the 1st, and the procedural orders were issued today to indicate that that hearing will go forward on April 1st. So that's the procedural history of the case. The case is ripe for a hearing on April 1st. And the settlement and all the interveners and the company have testified regarding that stipulation. Now, as to the stipulation itself, I would start with the introductory paragraph on page 1 of it. And what it indicates is that this is an uncontested stipulation. So it's not opposed by any of the parties in this case. All of the parties in the case, the gas company, the Attorney General's office, the federal executive agencies, the New Mexico Affordable Energy Alliance, the New Energy Economy, the Coalition for Clean Affordable Energy, Western Resources Advocates, and the division utility staff for the PRC. None of those people opposed the stipulation. All of them signed the stipulation. The County of Los Alamos and the City and County of Los Alamos, they do not oppose the stipulation. They're going through the process right now to sign off on the stipulation, but they've indicated they don't oppose it. So it's unopposed, and all the parties assigned to it that I've indicated. The stipulation then details in paragraph 2 what the company asked for in its application. And it indicates that the company asked for $48.97 million in rate recovery, modify that down to $48.5 million in December of 23. But the request was almost $50 million. The company asked for 10.5%. The company asked for 53% equity, and the company proposed increasing the access fee from $12.40 to $15.50. Those were the numbers that were in the application. The company also asked, as detailed in paragraph 2, for the company has been operating under a pilot program for a weather normalization adjustment mechanism, and the company proposed that because that weather normalization adjustment mechanism would have expired in 24, that be continued on without expiration. That was the proposal in the application. In support of the application, the company filed the testimony of 11 witnesses. In response to that, the staff and the interveners filed the direct testimonies of 12 witnesses. And those 12 witnesses advocated for changes from what the company had proposed. The stipulation identifies in paragraph 5 that the terms of the uncontested stipulation reflect good faith, arm's length negotiations between the parties, and that's one of the requirements for approval of the stipulation. Paragraph 6 indicates that the parties have agreed that the stipulation is in the public interest and results in fair, just, and reasonable rates. Paragraph 7 of the stipulation indicates that the stipulation resolves all the issues between the parties in this case. Paragraph 8 of the stipulation indicates that attached to the stipulation, there are certain exhibits, and one of those exhibits is a reconciliation statement where the company reconciles the new revenue requirement that's in this stipulation and indicates how they can run the company with those numbers. Paragraph 9 of the stipulation sets forth how the application numbers were changed. And for instance, the return on equity was reduced from 10.5%, the request, to 9.375 pursuant to the stipulation. The capital structure of the company was reduced from a request of 53.47, equity of 53, debt of 47, to 52 equity and 48% debt. So that was a movement off the request in the application. The base revenue increase was reduced from $49.43 million to $30 million. From those four numbers, and the last thing was that the access fee was agreed to not increase. So the company had asked for $15.50. The parties settled on the access fee remaining at $12.4. As a result of that, the stipulation indicates that the cost of debt and the tax unadjusted average cost of capital were calculated. So that paragraph just indicates the changes in the stipulation from the application. Paragraph 10 of the stipulation states that the amounts reflected in the reconciliation statement that supports the numbers that were stipulated is fair, just, and reasonable. Paragraph 11 talks about, really just talks about how the revenues that are recovered in the stipulation are split out between all the rate classes. And that's a lengthy table, exhibit 2 to the stipulation, indicates how the revenues are recovered from rate classes. The next significant paragraph is paragraph 13, which details a schedule showing the changes in the bills for each one of the rate classes based upon the stipulation. So there is an exhibit that details what rate impact would be on each one of the classes. Paragraph 14 of the stipulation indicates that the stipulation rates will take effect October 1 of 2024 or within 7 days following the commission's final order in this case. Paragraphs 15, 16, 17, and 18 of the stipulation deal with several regulatory assets that the company filed for in its application. And in all respects, the company's requests for regulatory assets were modified during the negotiations that went into this case as follows. The company had asked for a credit card a regulatory asset to recover expenses related to the use of credit cards by customers, and the company agreed to withdraw that request for reg asset as a result of the negotiations. The company also agreed to withdraw. The company had requested a reg asset to try to recover the costs incurred in putting together the LNG filing if the LNG case was not approved. As you know, the LNG case was not approved. The company has withdrawn its request for that reg asset for recovery of those LNG costs and agrees that it will not reassert the reg asset for those LNG costs. Paragraph 17 indicates that the company had requested a reg asset for recovery of the costs the company incurs when it implements a new banner computer system for the company. And the company agreed to postpone that reg asset until for recovery in a future rate case, but recording that reg asset only in this filing, because those dollars have not yet been spent and have not been determined. In paragraph 18, the company agreed that the other additional reg assets the company had asked for would be amortized over the period of time during this pending rate case and would not be brought forward into the future rate cases. So the company compromised on all of the reg assets that it asked for as part of this settlement. Paragraph 19 is a standard provision that deals with accounting treatments by the company. Paragraph 20 is a standard provision that deals with the supporting the discounted transportation rates that the company has in place. And it has a number of those, and each one of those was discussed during the negotiations. And paragraph 15 indicates that those are fair, just, and reasonable, and no changes were made. Paragraph 21 of the rate case is the stipulation is the paragraph that indicates that the company will continue the WNA, the Weather Normalization Adjustment tariff, without automatic termination provisions, and and also stipulation exhibit number 6 is the tariff that covers that. Paragraph 22 of the stipulation indicates the rate schedules that will the current rate schedules by the company will be pulled and new rate schedules will be issued if the stipulation is approved. Paragraph 23 of the stipulation indicates that during negotiations, the parties discussed the notice provisions that are provided whenever a rate case is applied. Some of the interveners wanted those modified. The company agreed to those modifications. And the gist of those modifications is that in addition to the language that is currently in the notice, which is provided pursuant to rule, that the company would indicate the range, would make a recommendation to the hearing examiner in the next rate case that the range of typical retail customers' impacts would be reflected in a series of paragraphs that are indicated in the stipulation, as well as in an additional row to the table that is normally provided, where we would calculate the percentage increases for all those rate classes, but for the various usage by residential customers. So that was something that was agreed to by all the parties.
And just to jump in real quickly, that's important so that this is just what the parties are going to propose to the commission and for the future rate case, the next one that we file. And the commission still has the ability to decide what they want in the notice, but it's information that we're going to provide to the commission and to all the other parties to give more information to everybody involved in the case. And the commission still retains all abilities to issue the notice they want.
Paragraph 24 of the stipulation is a paragraph that deals with a review of the company's current line extension policies that was agreed to by the parties, where the company will reevaluate its line extension policies and consult with WRA, the PRC staff, and any other interested party, and potentially, depending upon that review, propose changes to its line extension policy during 2024. And those, of course, would be subject to commission review and hearing, but that was something that one of the parties wanted to bring up, and that was agreed to by all the parties. Paragraph 25 of the stipulation is the paragraph that indicates that the residential access fee will not go up. That will remain at $12.40, which is what it is right now. Paragraphs 26, 7, 8, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35 are all standard provisions that have been in all the stipulations. I don't think I need to go through all those. None of those were modified from the prior stipulations that we've entered into. They're all the standard provisions. Paragraph 38 is a provision that indicates, as has been required in previous stipulations, that the signatories agree to toll the running of the applicable suspension period for a period of time beginning with the commencement of the parties' settlement negotiations. That would be February 23 of 2024, and ending with the final commission's action on the stipulation, when that would be. And so we placed in this stipulation a tolling provision very much like the tolling provision that we had in our prior stipulations. So that's the summary of the stipulation. As I indicated, the parties have all filed testimony in support of that stipulation, and that testimony talks about the whys and the wherefores and those kind of things, and that will be considered at the hearing starting on the 1st.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, thank you for dealing with the day as it rolls.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So press the button there. Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you. As my co-counsel would have said if she was here, I am a technological dinosaur. I can barely find my way to the email, so she would have been here to turn this on for me, but she's in a hearing. My name is Peter Gould. I'm the general counsel for an organization that represents large consumers on both New Mexico Gas Company system and Public Service Company of New Mexico system. The name of our organization is the New Mexico Affordable Reliable Energy Alliance. It's kind of a mouthful. We go by the acronym NMPRC. I'd like to start off by saying thank you for this opportunity to chime in. We are in agreement with the comments made by the Department of Justice Attorney, Mr. Gideon, and here to affirm that everything that Mr. Haverly and Mr. Dome said about the stipulation is accurate and correct. Just stepping back, we know this is not an evidentiary presentation, but we have been involved in this case from the get-go. We were active in the discovery process. We filed testimony stating our position in February on the initial application. And we also in March filed testimony in support of the stipulation. We would like to thank Gas Company of New Mexico for being very open to beginning settlement negotiations. We have been deeply involved with the gas company since it was acquired by Tampa Electric in 2014. We negotiated a settlement in that case. Then 18 months later, we were very involved in the Emera merger docket and participated in that case and every single rate case since then. The clients that I represent are essentially what you would call shippers on New Mexico Gas Company's system. New Mexico Gas Company does not purchase gas. We're not what is called a purchase gas adjustment clause customer or customers. The company does not purchase gas on our behalf. My clients use independent shippers to purchase their gas, but they do use gas company in New Mexico's in-state transmission system to get that gas from the interstate pipelines into their locations on gas company system. We generally approach every case with an openness to settlement. Our general approach is, of course, the company and the other parties have to address the positions we believe are most important in the case. Many stipulations, we let some issues go that we think are minor. And we always, and I'm proud of this fact, my members want to know when we're in the settlement process, what do the other parties that represent consumers think about the stipulation? And we've never settled a gas company case where we are at odds with the Attorney General or other large customers on the system. So it's very important for us as part of the public interest that the stipulation will serve the interest of all the customers across the system. Again, thank you. We are, I would have to say, an enthusiastic supporter of this stipulation. Our testimony is not that involved. We filed the testimony of two witnesses, one on revenue issues and the second one on cost of service and not cost of service, but cost of capital, return on equity, cap structure issues. And you can see those pieces of testimony in the record. Both my witnesses will be here in the April 1st, starting on the April 1st date, and for however long the hearing goes. And we would invite all of the commissioners to come and ask the questions that they feel are important. One of the other things we do consider, of course, is litigation risk when we enter into a stipulation, and also cost. I mean, my members have been very generous in funding really what we think are premier expert witnesses in these cases, but our funds are not unlimited. And we're involved at the commission in a dozen or more cases at any one time with various degrees of participation, but we have to be very conservative about using those resources in a way that best serve the customer, the client. And so to be able to take, say, for instance, a 2-week hearing and turn it into a 1-week hearing or a 3-day hearing is very important. And to be able to provide testimony that supports the stipulation and kind of cuts out perhaps a lot of cross-examination about some of the specific issues, that is very important for us as well. So thank you again. And we look forward to your participation in the gas company case.
Thank you. The order opened it up for gas company to bring whoever they wanted. Is that the whole? That's it. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so as we promised, we wouldn't ask any questions, and we haven't. So I think that concludes this item on the agenda. Again, thank you all for coming and sharing your thoughts. And then we'll see you on April 1st. Maybe not the right day to start a hearing, but. So next item on the agenda is communications with Chief of Staff. Chief.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Just a couple of updates from the agency and also what we're working on. First and foremost, I just wanted to mention that this agency, the commission, has a report due to the legislature on July 1st of this year regarding RPS. That requirement can be found in 62-16-4B7. If anybody's curious, it's on our radar. We've started moving towards that, and pursuant to the statute, we'll be reaching out to consult as necessary with the right parties. Probably anytime now, given the timing of the report. Secondly, I want to thank Commissioner Ellison for arranging our first ever Lunch and Learn speaker. I thought it was a great success. We had approximately 35 people attend. Some really good questions came out of it, and I'm hopeful that staff found it useful. The next one will be at the end or middle to end of April, and that presentation will be by our CFO, Miranda Mascarenas, and perhaps even our budget manager, Lori Narvaez, depending on how the share system is going that particular day. So we hope that a budget 101 will be helpful to the agency staff in understanding what kind of moving target we're dealing with, and how we look at who gets to go to training and where do we buy laptops from, and those types of questions. I also want to encourage you commissioners, but also any staff members who are watching, or frankly, anyone else who's watching, to come to us if they have ideas about legislative changes that are necessary. We're not quite there yet, but we're ramping up to look at what happens during the long session, in the 2025 legislative session. This last session, as we mentioned, was focused purely on budget. We want to get more creative and look at where some updates might be needed. As you've heard me mention before, there are some statutes that haven't been updated since the 60s, so it might be time to take a look at those. And last but not least, I wanted to give a brief update and a thank you to everybody in the agency who's been working on transitioning our transportation division over to DOT. It's been a lot of work. There've been a lot of hands pulling in that direction from a lot of different divisions, but mainly our transportation division has really been buckled down, working on making that transition smooth. So I just wanted to recognize them and everybody's hard work towards that. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
I just want to say congratulations to all getting that Lunch and Learn launched, and participation showed it was a great idea. So looking forward to, glad it happened. Looking forward to the next iterations on that. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next item, communications with commissioners. Commissioner Aguilera, do you have items?
Did not write any down, so no, I don't.
Yeah, I have no notes myself. Yeah, I mean, we're still in this cadence of a meeting every week, so I think that kind of has tamped that down a little bit, but take it away, Commissioner Ellis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to mention a couple of things. At a previous meeting, I brought up the idea of having another workshop in our series on grid mod, and right now I'm thinking about a bench request to issue to the utilities in advance of that, because I do think it's helpful in advance of a workshop to tee up the discussion with some specific questions to sort of frame the workshop, and so that is something that is underway right now. And I guess from a preliminary look at schedules, I think May 8th or 9th might work out, but that is still something in progress. So if those dates look bad, please let me know. Ideally, we would issue the bench request and the utilities would have a month to work on it, and then we'd have a week to look at the responses. So that means that we would need to get it out pretty soon if we're gonna adhere to that kind of schedule. And I did want to ask you if you'd like me to circulate that bench request before I send it out. I don't know if you would have any additional thoughts as to, other questions to ask. Also, as a result of our last grid mod workshop dealing with distribution and distribution investments, and it was bench request number 4 in the grid mod rulemaking. Some follow-up questions have really arisen that I think would be helpful in both understanding the utilities current planning better and in preparing for the grid mod rulemaking. And Arthur O'Donnell is working on some of those questions now, but I think the cost benefit workshop questions would take priority. So I guess that's how I'm thinking about it now. And I did want to mention that I will be out of the office next week, but I won't be unreachable, and I will be at our meeting on Zoom on Thursday.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're not planning to have a meeting every week, as Mr. Cameron said at the beginning of this meeting. We're just still in that mode due to procedural deadlines. So we'll meet next week and then the following week, and then I think we'll be back to our regularly scheduled program. So I have nothing else. Going once, going twice. No objection to adjourned. I would say we're adjourned. So thank you. I've been asked since we paid for this, I should use it.